take away a little bit of something useful for our future undertakings, especially, all right? And the topics of discussion for my slot in the coming half an hour or so is that I would like to share with you 5 common mistakes that we make in our first job, especially. So remember, kids, you may be going out for your internship, not the real job market yet, but still, it is the prequel to joining the workforce out there. So it's the same, right? So we try to see some of the common mistakes. And next, we move on to see how to win at work in the short term, on a short-term basis, or within perhaps the first 6 to 12 months, what we should do so that we can maximize our learning and also our progress in terms of our career development. Number 3, we look at how to work to win. Now is for long term. So beyond the first year, whether you choose to stay in the same company or to move on to the next place, greener pasture perhaps, and we see what are the things that we can do to ensure that our career development is an ongoing process. And last but not least, we come up to some summary as a recap of what we have shared for this session here. Okay. So without further ado, these are some of the common mistakes, and as mentioned in the synopsis of my slot, I said that we try to put everything in a nutshell. So it's 5 mistakes, 5 short-term strategies, and 5 long-term methods to bring progress and success to our career. So here, let's take a look at the 5 common mistakes. Mistake number 1, we are acting like a temporary worker, even though we may be a temporary worker, especially at an internship program. Nonetheless, this is an opportunity still for us to better ourselves and to better prepare ourselves for the actual real market if we are going for an internship, right? And how do we know we are acting like a temp worker? We do exactly what we are being asked and nothing more. We are asked to do A, we do A. We will not even go to A1 or A2, right? And we show very little curiosity or inquisitiveness. Even when we don't understand, we don't ask. And we don't bother to learn about the company. We only know our direct supervisor or our boss. We don't even know who is the assistant manager or the assistant accountant or who is the secretary. We don't care. So that is not very nice, actually. And basically, we are saying that we stay within our comfort zone in a little cocoon, keep ourselves warm and nice, and sometimes we even avoid to see our boss. So you can see that these are things that we may unintentionally do because our mindset, thinking that we are here temporarily, whether it's for 5 weeks, 5 months, we think that we won't stay here for long, so we don't much care. So beware of this, dear students. Mistake number 2 is that we forget the basic 4 C's. What are the 4 C's here? Courtesy, adab, consideration, timba rasa, camaraderie, friendship, rapport, and class. So class ni, I guess we are all very into it. It's like what is in trend or what are the things that are expected of a young adult going into the working world. So let's take a quick look at it. If we are forgetting the 4 C's, if we get ourselves trapped in this problem, we start to be impolite. We rarely say thank you. We rarely say excuse me. We just butt into other people's conversation, and we tend to speak and talk a lot more about ourselves than trying to pay attention to what other people have to say. So, my dear students, actually listening is a skill, and listening to others is also showing empathy. And people don't need our sympathy, but people want to know that they are being listened to. People want to know that we are giving them our attention. So try to talk a little bit less, try to listen a little bit more when you first join the workforce out there. And this is something we may by accident do. We speak too loudly in the workplace, in the office, and we may have a ringtone that's too loud. So it is actually basic courtesy, right? To keep our phone on vibration mode, even starting from now, my dear students, when you go for classes, when you go to your lab sessions, and so on and so forth, to show respect, not just for the lecturer, and also for your fellow students, your fellow friends who want to pay attention, because we know how disturbing a Shopee kind of alert system could be disturbing or disrupting other people's learning, other people's attention, right? And we may not be too helpful, and we are not exactly a model of a cleanliness and hygiene, meaning that we don't really take care of our clothes. We don't really take care of our work desk. Maybe the cup of coffee from 2 weeks ago is still on our desk, getting moldy and all. So remember, we share the space with other people as well. So we got to keep the cleanliness and hygiene intact. And last but not least, wow, we dress up classily. When we say classy here, it does not mean that we have to dress expensively, use expensive perfume, expensive makeup, and so on and so forth. No. To dress up classily means to dress up appropriately, neatly and tidily for the workplace, for the occasion. For example, if you need to go to site for the particular day for inspection, things like that, dress up accordingly. It doesn't mean that I wear a round neck t-shirt and that's it. It's all right to wear a round neck t-shirt, but consider putting on a light jacket, for instance, or a light, in Malaysia we call it the baju bengkel. It's like a work jacket, if you like, that is sturdy enough to protect us from the sun and to protect us from hazards in the workshop, in the lab. All right. And the third mistake that we may get ourselves into is ignoring people. So this is got to do with people skills, really. And for instance, we have been in a new workplace for a week or so, but we barely know anyone. We don't remember people's names. And we are ignorant of who is who. We don't know who the boss's secretary is. We don't know who is the supervisor in charge of our progress. We don't know even who is the market cleaner, who is the cleaning person in our office. We do not differentiate, right? The levels of the people or what kind of jobs they're holding in the office. We need to be respectful and appreciative of everyone from a bottom rung of the ladder right up to the top, right? And that's showing respect for others and so showing appreciation for others. And we don't care to find out who are the people we need to go to, the PIC, the person in charge, who can help us with our work. For instance, who to go to ask for stationery, who to go to sort out our IT problems. So the more we get to know people, then the easier our life will be in the new workplace. And of course, everyone wants to feel appreciated. So have the word thank you light on our tongue. Make it easy for us to say thank you. Thanks very much. I appreciate that to other people. Show recognition when people have done something for us, no matter how small the matter may be. Mistake number 4, we may be being too passive or shy and malu-malu kucing. We suffer in silence when we don't even know what we're supposed to do. And because we are afraid that if we ask a question, people will judge us. Well, we are new. We are an intern anyway. Nobody expects us to know everything, right? Even when you move on to the next job, you're still new in the office, in the workplace. So there's no harm in asking. And during meetings, speak up when it's necessary. Speak up when you have idea. Speak up when it's your turn. It's your responsibility, all right? And to actually share the idea or to explain something. And when we get stuck in our work, we don't know how to move forward anymore. Ask around. Ask your senior. Ask your supervisor. Even ask your colleagues, right? Somebody must have an answer there. And a lot of times, we just need somebody to share the idea with, and then the other idea will start flowing, the solution will come. In other words, when you're stuck in a cul-de-sac or in a dead end, do not keep quiet and keep to yourself. All right? And most important of all, perhaps, is not to delay your work submission. Yes, sometimes we need extra time. Even your assignments, your projects now in the university, it's fine. Tell your supervisor at present, tell your lecturer, discuss, negotiate for an extension of period, with reasonable justifications, reasonable reasons, right? So it's always important to keep your boss, supervisor, your lecturer informed of your progress. And if you get into any obstacles, tell them so they know that you need extra time. The last mistake I want to share here is about trying too hard to be liked. This is not a popularity contest, remember, kids. So there's no need. There's no need to try to be in the spotlight all the time. It is more important to gain respect among your colleagues based on your competency, your ability to deliver the goods, deliver your job, rather than to be well liked all the time. And be careful not to fall into the trap of the over socializing, where we are doing too much of people pleasing, and people will start, in fact, really to judge us and label us as being fake. It's not necessary, my dear students, to be liked by everyone. It is more important to do our job correctly, do our job responsibly, and be appreciated and respected for our competency rather than to be liked for our personality that has been made up. All right. Remember, you're all going to graduate to become professionals, going to become people who are going to make contribution to the society, to your nation, to the world at large. So you got to start to recognize and appreciate your talent, your ability, all right, of what you have learned in university, of what you have become, and you're ready to serve out that before you expect other people to respect and like you, all right? And do not be mindful, rather, to be observant and quietly charming in the beginning. Remember we say about that? Don't talk too much, don't talk too loudly. There's no need to get involved in office politics. That's very important. Do not choose sides. Do not choose camps and stuff like that. There's no need to be involved in such things. Yes, office politics are always there. Office politics are unavoidable, but we try not to get involved, try not to be, well, the activists in that, if you like. And we wrap up the first part of our discussion here. That's on the common mistakes in the workplace by borrowing a famous quote by Rumi. Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I become wise. I'm wiser now, so I'm going to change myself. All right, you'll probably take note that it is not always possible to change people around us, to change the environment, change things around us. But the one thing we can be sure to change is ourselves. So perhaps we can start by changing ourselves, our mindset, our perception, so that we can start changing the way we look at the world, and maybe things will start changing from that. Okay, so we move on to the second part of our sharing here, that is on the short-term basis, how to win at work, how to keep our ahead in our new job here. So the first tip is to proofread our emails, our correspondence twice. So this is very important because in these times of rushing, we are always short of time. When we don't even email now, I guess, let alone writing letters. We just shoot a WhatsApp, shoot a SMS, up or FB or things like that. So whatever it is, especially it's got to do with work, even when it's got to do with our personal life, be a bit cautious of what we are sharing out there, uploading out there. Double check on spelling, double check on the typos, double check on the attachments and stuff like that, especially if something is more official, because it go a long way to protect and to grow our career. Okay, and it's a good practice to start from now as well in your work, my dear students. Win number 2 is to be responsive. Silence is not always golden. So when your lecturer asks a question, your boss asks you something, and you leave them waiting in silence, that is not very nice. Even we do not have the answer, most of the time we don't have an answer immediately. Respond briefly to the request, whether it's in writing or verbally. If it's an email and the person wants an answer immediately, just say that I'm looking into it, I'll get back to you by tomorrow. Give a deadline. Let the person know that you have received the message, you received the instructions, you are working on it. So it's not like I don't know now, I'm going to work on it. So that's why we can't be silent. Because when we receive instructions and we are trying to process it, we are trying to work on it, but we keep the person waiting in silence. So the person wouldn't even know that we are working on it, and the bad impression will start to being built on the other end. So that's not going to be very helpful. All right. And tip number 3 is to prioritize our work. Seek help if you don't know which is more important to do first, especially when there are many tasks queuing up for us. Don't guess because we don't know. Ask the person who has given us the instructions. At the moment, you are still on campus, so your lecturers. So maybe this week the lecturer has given 3 tasks. So ask which one is to be submitted first, which one is the one that is most onerous, which one is the one that's going to take up most time, so that you can plan which one to start first and which one to start second, and so on and so forth. Right? And if you are not sure, clarify with our superior, with our boss, our responsibilities and our roles, to know the scope of what is expected of us, so that we meet what they want and we don't overdo and underdo whatever that is being expected of us. And moving on to tip number 3, it will be resourceful. So when we are being given a task, and always try to go the extra mile by doing background study. It's easy now. We have plenty of AI assistants out there. So prompt the AI to assist us to get more information, so that we have an overview, if you like, of what is going on before we go in and make a draft of what we want to present or to ask our boss a question. So even when we want to see our supervisor, our lecturer, our future boss, to ask about something, be ready with something. Do not just go and say, I don't understand, please explain to me. Wow, that is not very nice. It shows that we are not ready to learn, we are not proactive, right? And it doesn't give a very positive impression to your boss, to your lecturer, to your supervisor. So always go in with at least something to say. At least 5 sentences that you already done homework about what the topic or the problem given to you or the task given to you, and then the question. So at least the person on the other end could see that you have made the effort, you have taken some steps, and now you're asking for help. All right, do not go in empty-handed. Last but not least, for the short-term win, is that always take initiative for continuous quality improvement for ourselves. So go beyond what your boss is asking you. So the previous tip is that we prepare before we go in for the initial step. This is when the work is ongoing, we always try to see where are the areas where I can enhance my work, whether there's any room for improvement. Okay, so it does not mean that you have to be working all hours of the day. It's just that at least during the working hours from 8 to 5 and in the evening, we are focusing on what we need to do and explore all the avenues that are possible for us to better ourselves and improve the work that we're working on. And it is always good. It's always amazing when someone can notice a gap, a shortcoming or opportunity for improvement and propose on how to improve on it. It may be something as simple as just preparing a tray near the photocopy machine for us to put in the unwanted papers, draft papers. You get what I mean? Things that we probably have photocopied or printed out that we don't need it anymore. So it's one sided is empty, one sided has been used. We leave it there and label it rough paper or draft paper, and people can reuse the paper. So already we are doing too good there. One, we have the company and the office become tidier. Two, we are being sustainable. We are going green by recycling the paper. Okay. Right. Summarizing the second part of our sharing here is that if opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. That is really very much related to the last tip there about seeking out gaps, areas for improvement all the time. Right. And coming up to the last part of our sharing here is like how to work to win for the long term basis. So number one, keep learning, keep an open mind. So this is a continuation of what we said earlier on about having continuous quality improvement on ourselves. So we must develop this mindset, my dear students, that we leave the university, we graduated, congratulations. It doesn't mean that learning stops, right? Learning is a continuous thing. So we must be prepared to always grab the opportunity to continuously develop our knowledge and our skills and our understanding of our specific job. All right. And the more you learn, the more you know, then you become more confident of what you are able to do. And it's important to always check and balance yourself, recognizing what are your strengths and what are the not exactly weaknesses, but shortcomings or things that areas that you can further improve yourself so that you can always develop yourself and maximize your potential there. Okay. Number two, talk to your boss. This is about communication. Why is it important to talk to our boss in the current context, my dear students, talking to your advisor or talking to your lecturers? Because this one-to-one communication will always give you the opportunity to voice your ideas, inform the other person of your concerns, and ask questions that you have no answers to. All right, and seek advice. So by doing this, your superior, your boss, your lecturer will know where you stand and will know what your problems are, what your issues and challenges are, and will be able to see how to help you. If we don't tell, people don't know. You can't expect people to be able to mind read you. No, it doesn't work like this. All right. And by doing that in your workplace, you actually help your boss and your supervisor to track your progress. So that it will be very, very useful in planning your career development and by showing enthusiasm and commitment to your own career development by what? By talking to your boss, but always keeping that communication channel open. Your superior, your boss, your supervisor will know that you are really serious about making good of your promise to the company to be a good employee. All right. Number three, make friends in the workplace. And I may be an introvert, but it doesn't mean that I have no friends at work, right? So it is a good opportunity actually in your workplace to develop both your professional and your personal relationship. Some people remain your colleagues, right? Some people will grow. The relationship will grow and become your friends. You may even find your BFF or your life partner in your workplace then, okay? And bear this in mind, my dear students, we are going to spend 8 hours a day, if not more, in our workplace every day. 8 hours per day means 30% of 24 hours. Another 8 hours you're going to spend resting and recuperating. And remaining 8 hours, you have to catch up with your personal life, doing house chores and so on and so forth. So it's a big chunk of every day, meaning a big chunk of our working life to be staying in contact with our fellow colleagues in the workplace. So it'll be very important, right? It's very important that we are happy in our workplace. So do not distance yourself from your fellow colleagues there, right? With time, you will identify who are those you make as your closer friends, your inner circle, and Having friends in the workplace will make you a lot happier, really. And number four, have your own voice be heard by others. Doesn't mean to speak loud, especially in a formal meeting, formal setting. Always get the opportunity when you have the opportunity, right? Share your idea in a humble manner, in a polite manner. It's not to show off and try to steal other people's thunder. No, it is to show that you care. You care to make progress and to make contribution to the work that's being discussed there. And speak up and showcase yourself to your boss and your co-workers. If you keep quiet, how do people know that you know, right? If you keep quiet all the time, people are guessing whether you're paying attention, whether you're learning, whether you really are here or not with us in this meeting. You get what I mean? People space out sometimes. They look like they are there, but they're not really there. So the mind is elsewhere. So it's when we engage in the meeting, engage in the discussion, people know that we are there and we want to be there. Okay? If we are introvert, if we are by nature shy, it's okay. You have to learn to push yourself out of the comfort zone and put yourself out there. All right. Well, for instance, I do this myself. I consider myself an introvert person. You can ask Dr. Fatima. I don't really make a lot of noise if I'm with strangers. But I promise myself, if I go to a conference, for example, I must make two new friends at least. All right. Somebody on my same area of study and things like that. If I go to a meeting, I promise myself, I must at least share one idea if it is relevant. You get what I mean? Yeah. So that will make me having that setting that goal. It actually makes me focus and stay on track during the meeting or in the conference and to get my job done and to have myself growing in terms of my professional relationship. Last but not least, always have a work-life balance. Do not overwork yourself. Remember, my dear students, work is not everything. Just like at the moment, study is not everything. You got to avoid the risk of career burnout or study burnout. Sometimes we work too hard on something for 1 week to catch the deadline. When it's done, maybe you should rest for the rest of the weekend. No more books, no more computer, no more assignments for at least Saturday. Sunday we catch up again slowly. You get me? Do not work 7 days a week. It is going to be really, really tiring. And instead of being good for our work, it's actually going to be on the negative side because we are so tired coming to Monday again that we feel that we are not rested at all. So our productivity will actually go down. Okay. And having a healthy work-life balance is very important to ensure that we have proper self-care. In these days, self-love, self-care, love yourself, not meaning that to be selfish. Yeah. Always make time for your friends, your family, your pets, your hobby, yourself. And for instance, an easy thing to do is to have tea breaks and lunch breaks with your fellow colleagues, fellow friends to recharge yourself, fill your tummy, and also to prepare yourself for the rest of the day, the afternoon. Well, afternoon is always very hard. 2 to 5 is never a good time to work. It's the best time to take a nap, I presume, a long nap, right? You never like any lectures at 2 p.m., right? So it's the same thing when you start to work. Use that short break you have, the lunch break there, to recharge yourself and to reconnect yourself with your fellow friends and your colleagues there. Okay, so we summarize the third part of our sharing here with a quote by Imam Ali. Be like the honey bee. What does it do? Anything it eats is green. It takes nectar. Anything it drops is sweet. It produces honey and is even mentioned specifically in the Quran. And any branch that it sits on, it doesn't. It just perch. It just stays there temporarily. It does not break it. It does not cause any damage there. Right? So got it? There's no shortcut really, my dear students. You need to want your job to be a successful one so that where you learn the most, you can enjoy the most, and can build your future the most. So start now, my dear students. Do not start when you actually go out to the job market. Start now by changing your mindset and changing the way, your attitude towards your study. So thank you very much for your attention. If any questions, I'll be most happy to take them. Thank you. Back to you, Shasha.
Thank you, Prof. Jack, for your insightful sharing. Okay, move on to our second session. We have Mrs. Rahayu Rizki. She will equip students with practical strategies to approach their first job interview confidently, including effective communication, positive body language, and thoughtful response. Without further ado, let us welcome Mrs. Rahayu Rizki to deliver her presentations.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear my voice, Aisha?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Sasha, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Prof. Chan. Good morning, Dr. Hayri, Dr. Fatima, Mr. Kusno, Mr. Berli, and also all the students here. I would like to introduce myself before I begin my session. So actually, my name is Rahayu. You guys can call me Miss Ayu, and I am a lecturer from Faculty of Education, UNU, Yogyakarta in Indonesia. And in this session, I would like to, sharing about the information. Well, mostly we want to talk about a job interview. But before we begin our session, may I know which semesters are participating in this forum? Like, in which semester students are you? Like, you guys are in the, I don't know, like in the beginning of the semester, like second semester or fourth semester? Can you tell me, like, in a group chat or something? In which semesters are you when you are participating in this forum? Because actually, I would like to talk about job interview here. And then first of all, I would like to share my screen. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. So this is actually the sessions that I want to talk to you guys about. So it is interesting topics because actually it's not only for fresh students like the beginning of the semester, but it's also for the final year students who wants to face a challenge, especially with the first year of interviews. And then here I would like to say that we will discuss about do's and don'ts, like tips and tricks, and then the strategy, like for you guys to how to cope with your first job interview. So in this section overview, like what you learned today is the first one, how to prepare mentally and also practically for the interviews. And then we will also discuss about do's and don'ts every candidate must know, and then how to answer tricky questions, and also some tips that we will talk about it later. So actually, this is for a final year students or maybe like the first time job seekers. But I also encourage students from at the beginning of the semester, like second semester students, to know about this as well because you guys need to prepare everything, especially for your first job. Okay. So this is the thing that I would like to explain. The first one is preparation is the key. So Prof. Chan already deliver like common mistakes and then like how to avoid a problem in the first workplace and then how Prof. Chan said that we don't trying too hard to be like in the company, but in the session I would like you guys to be like for the HR because you know when we are applying for the first job interview, the first thing that we need to face is the HR and then how to be like and then how about everything's going on with the interview and everything. So we will discuss about it later. But uh, the first thing that you need to do before the interview is first research the company. And then the first one, you need to understand the value, the product, the service, and also everything about the company. Because the first thing you need to know that you should know all the details about the company and also about the job description thoroughly. So you need to know about all the details. And then after you know about the company, you need to know more about yourself. So here is the thing. The first thing that you should prepare is you need to prepare like your background, your education skills, and also everything about you. For some students, I know that maybe some of you like feeling like a little bit difficult, like how to arrange like a good narration about your background, about your education, and also how to show your skills and everything. Just like Prof. Chan said before, we have the AI. Maybe we can also seeking for the help for the AI, but the most important thing is you know yourself more. So maybe if you want to get a support like a piece from the AI, it's also okay. But I hope that I encourage you to write more about your skills because you know more about yourself. And then the last one, you need to prepare for the logistic plan. Well, usually like the interview, maybe they do it on the location, But some other times, they also allow from the online platform. So at least you need to prepare. If it is online, you need to prepare about the laptop, the camera, and everything. But if it is in the locations, you need to also prepare for the appropriate documents. You should bring your resume with you, like your certificate, ID, and everything. So the most important thing as well is you need to choose your outfit in advance. We will talk about it later. And then next, okay. Oh, here is the interviews do's and don'ts. I'm sure that you guys already know about this one. Like the first thing, like you need to dress neatly and then look for. Okay, hold on. It seems that I have a problem here with my slide. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, so here is the next thing that I said to you guys, like the do's and also the don'ts. We already know that this is a general secret for the people, especially for the first time job seekers. We need to do, like dress neatly and then professionally. We need to maintain the eye contact and also smile. I know that maybe like for some of you, it is very nervous when you face like a new experience and then how to face the HR. I know, but at least you need to know how to cope with the anxiety, like with all the nervousness, because you know more about yourself and then how you cope with that. So at least when you are in front of the HR, please do make sure you need to maintain the eye contact and also smile with them. And also, we know about we need to arrive early, like 10 or maybe 15 minutes early, to prepare everything. And then the first thing is you need to greet the interviewer confidently. So I know that a lot of Gen Z for now, they are very difficult to feel confident about themselves. And I know that some of you may be like shy and then you don't know how to practice and then everything. So that's why when you are facing the interview, especially like for a first time job seeker, you need to practice because practice will make you better and better. So when you are in front of the HR, you can talk to them very confidently and then you can present yourself like in a confident way. So you have a good impression for them, like in front of them. And then like the opposite, like there are some things that you cannot do in front of the HR, like say, for example, be late and then chewing gum, especially for interrupt the interviewer, talk too much or maybe like talk too little. There is also, like you cannot do that in front of the HR. And then here is the next one. Mastering verbal and non-verbal communication. We know that the verbal tips, we must talk in a clear voices. It's not too low and then it's not too hard. And then we need to also fulfill the concise. And also here is the common things that I found a lot when, like when students are facing the HR, you guys are tend to use a filler word like, like in every, maybe if you are in the middle of the conversations and then you lost your focus and then some of you may be using the word like, something like that. So at least we need to reduce how to use that kind of words. And then we need also to match our tone to the situations to sound more professional yet enthusiastic. So there is like the common things that we can find a lot like when we are facing the HR. And then for the non-verbal tips, of course, it is too general as well. We can sit up straight, and then we need to keep hands visible. And then when we are showing the engagement, we need to nod and then avoid crossing arms or maybe like looking around the room or something like that. So we need to, represent ourselves like as confident and also as polite as possible. Because why? Here, the HR, they also, they always give you questions and then you need to know how to answer the questions confidently. For example, let's say when the HR asking you about, can you tell me about yourself? right? So there is the first question HR are asking to you guys when you are on your interview for the job seeker. They need to know about your education, like your experiences, and also your strengths. And then when they're asking you about what are your strengths, you need to pick like two or three and then give them the example. Let's say, for example, my strength, let's say I'm good at time management. And then, oh, so you can explain to them why do you guys are good at it and then how to manage time effectively or something like that. So the next question may be like, what is your biggest weakness? But here is the thing. I want you guys, if you want to mention what is your weakness, but please also give the solution for that. Let's say, for example, you choose one, the weaknesses. Let's say I'm not good at managing time. That is the weakness, right? But I don't want you to just mention your weaknesses, but I want you to explain the solution as well, like in the sentence after. Let's say I cannot do a lot of things like in one time, and then I'm not good at managing time. But for now, I'm trying to learn that to blah 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 and blah blah. At least if you are mentioning your weaknesses, I want you also to give the improvisations to how to solve that kind of problem, that kind of weaknesses. So there is not only the weaknesses, but at least the HR knows that, oh, instead of the weaknesses, there is the strengths as well. So just don't show them like all the weaknesses, but just show them, oh, this is my weaknesses, but I have a solution for that. I have a, like, make myself better with the weaknesses that I have for now. And then the next common question that almost found when we are on the HR is, why should we hire you? Right? That is the most top questions of all the time, because why? We need to show them, like, we need to show the HR like how your skills align with the company's needs. Let's say, for example, I'm a good marketing, and then why should I hire you in this marketing department? And then why I should hire you in the education faculty or something like that? And then I need to explain to them, like in very confident way, why my skills align with this company needs. So at least that's why, like on the first explanation, I said to you guys, you need to know the company, and then you need to know what is your job description. So at least the job descriptions and then the skills align with the company needs is, like they have like a very same level aligns together. And then the next one that you should know is about the STAR method. So I don't know, have you guys heard about this kind of method before? But if it is your first time hearing about a STAR method, so here is the thing. STAR stands for situation, task, action, and as a result. So this is actually a very common method that people use when they have to answer behavioral interview questions. So the STAR method is a structured approach to answering behavioral interview questions. And then when people ask about how you are handling the situations in the past, you need to use this kind of method because it helps you deliver clear, concise, and also compelling answers. So here is the thing. I know that maybe if you are facing the HR in the very first time, and then this is your first job interview experience, I know you must be nervous. And then when you are nervous, you don't know like how to think clearly. But at least this method, this STAR method, will help you with that. So that's why here I want you to take a look at the STAR method, and then the S, the situation. Situation, the first one, we need to describe the context or maybe the background of the situation. Let's say, for example, we need to say like where we are and then what was happening. For example, like during my third year at university, I was part of a group project in our business communication class. So as like STAR stands for situation, task, and then action and also result. As for the situation, we need to describe the context or background. And then for the T, task, we need also to explain the question, the answer with a specific goal in that situation. But mostly, task is about what were you trying to achieve. So let's say in the context for a job seeker, like from the interview for the first time for the job, maybe what were you are trying to achieve in this company? Or maybe like the other question, maybe how do you see yourself in the next 5 years in the company? Do you guys still here as a staff, or do you see yourself as supervisor, manager, and everything? Or at least you have something to achieve when you are working in a company, right? So that is the T, hope. And then the next one, we have the A, the actions. The actions, of course, we need to describe the actions you took to the address situation. Let's say, for example, the question may be, what did you do specifically? Or maybe what is your job description in the company? What is your skills to be aligned with our needs? And then we need to explain, right? Oh, my skills and then my specific requirement about this job is aligned with my blah, 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 and everything. At least you need to explain the actions that you took regarding to the job. Example, I took the initiative to organize a short team meeting and suggested we use a shared document to collaborate more efficiently. So at least you need to show, like giving them your value, giving them what is your, like a very positive, I don't know, like attitude, or maybe like a positive that, that yourself have to present to them. And then how the actions affect you and then affect your contribution in the company. Let's say, for example. And then for the R, the result, we need to share the outcome for your actions. What was the result? And then how to describe the impact positively. I will give you the example of the STAR method example. So let's say the HR asking you a question. Can you tell me about a time when you had to meet a tight deadline and then how you handle it? So this is actually a common question as well for the HR when they are asking you in a job interview, because later on when you are working in some company, you will meet a lot of deadlines and then like specific like tight deadlines, all the deadlines during a week, let's say for example, and then how you handle it. So this is the questions that we need to know using the STAR method. The first one, ask the situation. You can tell them about your experience, like maybe like when you are in a university student, you are working on my blah blah blah. At least you should explain to them about the time about I was a leading campus event for my department annual seminar. There is a situation, right? And then for the task, you can also talk to them that, I was responsible for managing the event, guest speaker coordination, which included contacting speakers, confirming schedule, preparing materials, and everything. So in this kind of section, like for the task, it will explain about your contributions and then how you manage the situation. That is for the task. So at least you need to think like very fast how to cope with that solution, and also for the question, for the answer for the question. And then the next one we have the A, the action. So because of you are explaining about something in the past, you need to say that, to manage responsibility, I created daily schedule, guys, daily schedule, and then we need to have a clear priorities and also deadline. So, and then you are mentioning some Google Calendar, Trello to keep track of the task, and then you just mention all the actions so they know like very detailed. You are a very responsible person, and then you did a lot of things to get a deadline on time, and then you are good to handle every situation. That is the first thing that we can see for the T and also for the A. And then for the results, you can also talk to them and then how you are successfully submitted, or maybe how you successfully running down the event smoothly or something like that. So maybe later on, I will give you the link for a Google Drive. So you can try to explain about yourself like in the SPIR method. So maybe you can open the Google Drive later so you can practice with your friends. So the other questions that I found a lot is also showcasing strengths without experience. And then there is like one time, like my students asking me like, Miss Ayu, how if I don't have any experience at all, and then how I'm showcasing them my strengths without experience. Let's say I'm a fresh graduate, how can I highlight my skills? So here is the thing. If you are a fresh graduate and then you don't know any experience at all, you can highlight the first one is your communication soft skills, because at least you can show them that I am good at communication, even though you don't. But at least you show them that you are good at communicating with people. And then I am good at working in a teamwork, problem solving. Or maybe if you don't have any experience at all, at least you can also mention some academic project or maybe like your internship somewhere in the company, like when you are a student or something like that. Or maybe some campus activity or like leadership roles, and then so they can see that, oh, you are a very active person, and then you have this kind of leadership on yourself. So that is also important, even though you don't have any experience at all, right? And then the next one here. Now, this is also the most, like the main important thing, because how to make a great impression, The first one, you have only 30 seconds to make it count. And you just make it count. Like say, for example, when the HR seeing yourself for the first time, you only have 30 seconds to impress them. Let's say when you have on your social media, like your Instagram account or something, when you are seeing a reel, or maybe like someone, I don't know, someone post like on Instagram, it took you only 3 seconds before you scrolling down again, right? Only 3 seconds. If you find the reels interesting during 3 seconds, and then you will see the reels until the end of the video, let's say for example. But for the first job interview, it takes 30 seconds. Imagine it's a half minute. 30 seconds. And then how? How to form a good impression within the first 30 seconds? It takes a lot of practice. So that's why you need you can shape yourself, and then you can present yourself to the interviewer with the confidence, professionalism, and also readiness. And then how to become confident, how to become professionalism, and then how to become ready when we are in a job interview. The first one, you need to practice a lot, and then you need to know what are your values, and then so that's why you can feel very confident during the job interview. Imagine 30 seconds only. What happens in those 30 seconds? So the HR will notice that the first one is the appearances. Are you dressed appropriately? Like, you guys wearing a nice clothes and then look professional? Because this is also important for you, yeah. And then the second one, the punctuality. Did you arrive on time? Did you arrive earlier? Or maybe you are late or something? Because let's say you will have a job interview at 9, and then you are late more like 10 minutes or 5 minutes. That will give you like a negative impression. So don't do that. At least you can like early for 5 minutes is also fine. At least do it early. And then the next one, the body language. So when you are sitting in the chair, so are you standing tall, or maybe you just like doing a lazy pose or something like that? The body language is also important. Smiling, making eye contact with the HR. So don't make yourself to look for the other side, but just look at your HR, because you are speaking to them, right? So at least you need to making eye contact with them. And then the first one, greeting them, greeting style. You need to greet them. Do you speak clearly with a good, intonation, pronunciation, or maybe shaking hands? in Indonesia, we often before we are beginning for the job interview, or if we met someone else, we often shake hands. But I don't know if it is in Malaysia. Do you guys shake hands as well? But if it is a polite thing to do, you can shake firm and also polite, and then just greet them like assalamualaikum or like good morning and everything. So the first thing to do, just greet them in a confident way. And then the last one that I talked to you is about the energy level. I know that Gen Z, that you guys have a lot of energy on yourself, but you just don't know like how to make the energy worth it. Like when you are in a job interview, you need to show the enthusiasm and also the confidence, you know. It's okay if you are feeling nervous. It's also okay if you are feeling disinterest with all the HR state, but at least you need to pay the attention, because this is that makes you, you know, that it will make your career more clearly about your job description, about the salary and everything. So at least you need to pay attention to them, and then showing the enthusiasm, even though you're not enthusiasm letter, let's say. And then this one, why? Why do we need to impress the HR? Why first impressions matter? The first one, because of we need to create a baseline, and then we need to do the influence interpretation, because our answer may be just letters from the HR. So make sure that you answer all the questions carefully. At least you need to prepare them. You need to prepare like all the possibility of the questions that they give it to you. So that's why. So if you have your answers with you, maybe later, maybe they will judge your answers later, but at least you already prepare like the good thing about it, the bad thing about it. So make yourself prepare, you know. Because why? Because it is difficult to change someone's opinion once it's said early in the conversation. Yeah, so that's why. Please do make your 30 seconds count, because you don't have any other seconds other than the first 30 seconds. Okay, so actually, because I only have like 20 minutes of sharing this session, I just want you, I encourage you to practice through mock interviews. So maybe I can share the link later to Shasha, or maybe like so the other students can see about the mock interviews. But the first interview question is about yourself. Tell me about yourself. Oh, my name is Rahayu. I was born in blah blah blah, and then I grew up here, blah blah blah. So you need to tell about yourself first, and then your background, and then what is your education, what are your strengths and also your weaknesses, and then you need to also describe about a time when you had to solve a problem, because later on this kind of skills will be needed when you are in a job. Because you know, when you're having a job like in your company, there will be a lot of dramas, a lot of deadlines, and then if you don't know how to solve this kind of problem, so it will become a big problem for you. So at least you can make sure you can impress them that you are a problem solving person. So no matter what the problems, no matter what the dramas at work, you know how to solve them. That is the most important questions that you need to answer. And then what about if you are working under pressure? So this is also an important question, because not all person, like not everyone are ready for working under pressure. And then what if you are working under pressure? Are you ready or not? If you are ready, why? Or if you are not, also why? At least how do you handle working under pressure? Or maybe the other question, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Let's say, for example, if I am asking you a question, what do you see yourself in 5 years? Are you a manager? Are you a teacher, a lecturer, an engineer, or something like that? At least you have a better future of yourself in the next 5 years, you know? And then the other mock interview question is why? Why do you want to work at this company? Oh, because this company has a big value of blah 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 blah. Jadi, so that's why you need to know the detail of the company, and then for everything, so at least you can answer why do you want to work here, why why do you want to work here, not this company. Because if, let's say for example, it's a telecommunication company, so why do you want to work here, not the other company? They will ask you that kind of question, and then you need to give them, oh, I want to work in this company because this company has a bigger impact for the environment, blah, 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 and everything. So that's why you need to know a very detail about the company. This kind of questions is used across industries, not only for specific industry, but a lot of HR using this kind of question. So maybe later on you can practice yourself and then try to answer this kind of question. And then let's move on. After you are doing the interview, what should you do next? What comes next after that? Well, some people do follow up about the job interview, but some others don't. But I encourage you to follow up the interview, the job interview. Let's say you can send them a thank you email within 24 hours, and then you can say like on your email about the appreciation, about the reaffirm interest, and also a highlight, and then how do you feel about the interview today. You just said them thank you, and then reflect, can I, can you do a better next time? Yeah, of course, but at least you just follow up. If you've got accepted, then they will let you know about that. But at least just let them know that you are very appreciative, and then you are very thankful for the opportunity, for the chance for the interview and everything, and then blah 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 blah. So what if you get rejected? I know rejected is hard, right? But yeah, you should look for another opportunity. Maybe just your performance is not good enough, or maybe like all the lack of preparation and everything. But there is for you to ask for feedback, even on the email, and then you just can ask them politely. Can you give me the feedback so I can improve myself in the next interview section, and then blah blah blah, something like that. So at least you need to know. You just don't wait for the whole day, like for a whole week, but better for you to follow up. So it's okay to follow up the job interview. Okay, here is the thing that I talked to you about the practice. Maybe later, like maybe like when you have a spare time with your friends, especially if you are on your final year students and then you want to practice everything, maybe you can form groups of 3, and then you can do a little bit role play there, and then the role 1, the interview, and then as a student practicing, and then the second role, you act as HR or something, observer as a role 3, and then you can do like for 5 or 7 minutes the role play, and then you just rotate the roles until everyone has had a chance to experience all the 3. But you can also give some suggestions to your friends, and then how to prepare all of those, and also all the questions that I mentioned above. Maybe you can download the worksheet later. I already gave the link of the Google Drive, so I hope that you guys can see that. You guys can practice. Remember, practice makes perfect. No matter if it is the first job interview or second and the third and the blah blah blah, at least you are improving yourself to be a better person. And then if you are feeling so nervous, and then you are worried, and then anxiety, it is normal to have this kind of feeling, but you know how to solve this kind of problem, like you know yourself better, how to cope with the anxiety, how to cope, how to solve the nervousness on yourself, you know yourself better, right? So that's why I hope that this sharing sessions can give you like a new insight. And then if you have any question, or maybe we can discuss about it later. But I encourage you once again to download the worksheet so you guys can start practicing with your other friends. And also the last thing that I want to talk to you is I encourage you to have a LinkedIn. So this is like a working platform. Like in Indonesia, they have like a LinkedIn website, and then they show some kind of skills, and also what is it like, all the experience when a worker or wants to look for a job in the LinkedIn. But maybe in Malaysia, they have like a very same portal, or do they even use the LinkedIn as well? I hope that maybe you can start yourself to, to begin a networking and everything. So I think that's all from me, Shasha.
Alright. Thank you, Ms. Rahayu, for those valuable tips. I hope all participants can apply these tips that have been shared by Ms. Rahayu. Before we move to next sessions, is there any question from the audience? If you got, if you have any question, just raise your hand or type your questions in the chat box. Okay. For our excuse me. For our third sessions, we are honored to have TS Dr. Fatimah binti Muhammad Yusuf. Dr. Fatimah will encourage us to adopt leadership mindset and skills early on for future roles in the global workforce. Please welcome TS Dr. Fatimah binti Muhammad Yusuf.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Can you clear me? Can you hear me? All right. Okay, thank you, Miss Chairman, Miss MC, Sheikh Shasha. So today, I saw here that Prof Chan and Miss Rohayu already clearly explained what we should do and don't, and during your interview and during your jobs, when you're entering your job workplace. So today I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not here to lecture you. Just to share, just casual sharing about how you as a student can start your leadership in the small but maybe in powerful way, even not wait until your job or your during workplace, but starting from today, right? So let me share you my slide. Okay. All right, can you see my slide? Okay, all right. So the title given to me, from student to leader, navigating leader in the global work zone. So now you as a student, right? So maybe you communicate with your friend, with your lecturer. So this is your environment now. So when you go to the work zone, you will you will face with your leader, your senior, your boss. So how you now, maybe you need to have a leadership element in you. Maybe you have, but you need to polish it, right? So this is about me actually. As you can see I'm the diploma holder in mechanical engineering. Then I further my study also in mechanical engineering. Then I also pursue my study in PhD also in mechanical engineering. Then I worked as academician in a civil engineering department. Civil Engineering Technology department lah, here at Faculty of Engineering Technology. Now I'm from 2021 until now, I'm a head of the program for Building Services program that we call here as a BMB in Civil Engineering Technology department. So here I'm sharing you my engineering, from my engineering student to the leader, to academic leader, right? So this is, okay, what, kenapa tak boleh ni pula? Okay, jap. Okay. So why the leadership matter in the global work zone? So why the leadership is important? So the first key that I'm here, today job go beyond technical. In today's job market, as we know, your technical work is not enough. So you need a skill, but you also to know how to solve your problem. You need to communicate clearly and adapt quickly. That's where the leadership come in. Okay. The point is number 2 is leadership is needed even in junior roles. So leadership isn't not only for the manager, but starting from up, I found that when we're talking in small group, like coordinating tasks or you help others, also it need a leadership, right? So you as student, you have project assignment, project group assignment, also need a leadership. Okay. And the third one is working global mean leading across a culture. Now in a global setting, you may work with team from the different country, culture, or even industry. Now, as now we are Malaysia and some of our friends at Indonesia. So we need to adapt all the culture, the time, and respect each other, right? So the leadership here means not how you to listen, respect different view, and find the common ground. Okay. So you now you around with your friend, same age, right? Maybe same race or maybe has some different race at Malaysia. We have Chinese, Malaysian, Indians, but we need to respect each other, okay? And then now after you entering your work zone, so you will different. You feel you see you will see your superior, your boss that maybe age that maybe higher age from you, maybe old from you, maybe young from you. That is you will face it. All right. So this leadership lesson that here are some the leadership lesson that I fit through my experience. As you can see, my first thing I think that during my leadership I think the first thing I need to do is adaptability. So I have to move from the mechanical to civil engineering. Okay, starting from the mechanical student, then I transition to the civil engineering environment. Actually, at the first stage, it quite tough, but I try slowly. Then I think now it's okay. Now okay, and I can adapt the environment here. Okay, actually leading. So as a leadership, not mean you leading the team, but you need to adapt the environment. Okay, and then also communication. Communication is another, you don't need to be loudest, but you do need to be clear. Whether you are guiding your student, talking to your colleague, or managing conflicts, and people need direction and honestly. Okay, the third one is a good leader must do a decision making. So sometimes there are no perfect choice. Maybe leader also have their mistake, but you need to think, decide, and move responsibility, right? And then last one is lifelong learning. Okay, leader never stop learning. Now I'm still learning from my student, from my clique, and also from my mistake. Okay, leadership isn't about having all the answer. It's about growing through the journey. So you, as a leader, is it leadership start when you got a job title? Not. It start now and how you carry yourself right now as a student. So how student can start leadership today? So yang first thing you need to take the initiative. If there a problem maybe or something that can be improved in your group, project or student activity association, student association, try do something about it. And then try solve the problem. Even small thing like organizing a group, helping friends, understand a topic or suggesting a better process. That is leadership. Let's say you as a assignment, a group assignment, you try give an idea to your members. Okay. And the third one is work well with different people. As I mentioned here, you will also work with the people from the different backgrounds. So you need to collaborate and manage the different. That a skilled global employee really value. And the lastly, you need to speak up. Leadership means having a voice, even if just offering a better idea during a during a group project. So now you have a group project, group assignment. So you need to polish your leadership skills. Once you entering your job or your workplace, it's more easier for you. All right. Okay. Next slide is about leading across culture. What students need to know. Okay. When you work later globally, you will meet people who think, work, and speak differently. Now you face with your friend maybe same idea, what we in Malay we call sama kepala, something like that, your clique. So now after you work, you is faced with different people. So you need be a leader in this space. Doesn't mean controlling. It means you connecting. How you need to connect them. Okay, so a successful leader, you too can manage the people, manage the people well. Okay. Okay. The second is respect. Okay, respect. So the first one, you need to respect. Okay, respect is understand that other people may approach problem or teamwork differently because of their culture, not because they are wrong, right? So you must listen carefully. In some culture, people doesn't speak directly. That's why good leader ask question and listen without jump to conclusion. So for leader, you need to hear. Let's say you have a problem from the two people that have from two different people. So you need to ask each of them what the problem. So you need to do some review, revise, and then you cannot jump to the conclusion. And the third one, flexibility. Okay, so the flexibility, maybe your way is the only way. In global term, success often comes from adapting. So, and the lastly, finally, is a communicate. So language matter. Even if English is the common language, it's not everyone first language. So be patient and clear in communication. All right. This is a global leadership. All right. My next slides about the self-leadership come first. Okay. Before you lead your group or project, you have to able to lead yourself. Okay, this is we call the self-leadership. And where is a real leadership begins, okay? So your first thing is know. Okay, know. What? Know your value and strength. So start by knowing yourself. What do you value? What your strength? What you motivate you? This help guide you choice and behavior, right? The second one, manage. So you need to learn to manage your time, your emotion, your mindset, stress, distraction, and part of your life. So leadership, manage them without give up. Remember? Okay, the next is set. Set. You need set a goal and follow the through. So set goal, even the small one, whether it's learning a new skill or finishing a task early. So as a leadership, you need a goal. So following through, the build discipline and confidence. The last one, takes, means take. You need take responsibility for your growth. So and take ownership. Your future isn't your university or your lecture responsibility. Is it yours? Now it's yours. So think mindset is what sets student leader apart. Okay. So you know yourself, then you'll be successful, right? Okay, now we know that leadership isn't always smooth. You will face challenge even as a student, but how you to respond to the challenge is that shape you into a leader. All right. Okay, my next slide is common leadership challenge. Okay, so the leadership is always comfortable. It depends on someone that have maybe they are very outspoken, right? So they will speak up in group. Some people they're shy and so on. So to be a good leadership, you must fear of speaking up. Try to start with small practice, maybe on during your group discussion. Begin with the small thing like group discussion first, and then try to lead group activities, then class project, and then start from a small until polish it until become a bigger one, right? So leadership isn't always comfortable. In fact, some of the best leadership lessons come from things that feel messy or uncertain, right? So maybe you will be afraid to speak up in a group. That's common, but leadership start when you take small risks like sharing one idea, it step you confident. All right, so that's one, a conflict with teammates. Sometimes you have a conflict, disagreement happen. Instead of reacting emotional, step back, listen, and try to understand all the sides. Conflict management is a real leadership skill, okay? And there are times, and then there are times when you feel tired or unmotivated. Then when reminding yourself of your big goal, your future career, your growth, and can re-energize you, right? So this is a common leadership challenge. So you must, like I said before, you must know where your strength, what your problem, then you can overcome this leadership problem. Okay, so now when you go to the workplace, what the employers look for? Okay, so can you work in team from different culture? This is question. Can you communicate clearly online and offline? And you adapt and willing to learn, right? And then the last one, can you take the lead when needed? So this is some question leadership that the as Miss Rahayu tell you about the tips and tricks during interview. This employer will see you at the first interview, right? So no matter what you feel, employer today want to not more than your just not see only your academic result. They want people who can thrive in diverse team and changing the environment. So working across culture is normal now. So global team, remote work, virtual meeting. So like us now, virtual meeting. So being restful, aware and open to other way of working is a big plus, right? So communication is everything. It is not about English, it's about clarify, tone, listening well, and even writing email professionally, right? As Mr. Rahayu mentioned, once you rejected on your job interview, you just also politely email back them, right? Then adaptability is hard. Can you learn a new tool? Let's say at university you didn't learn something for me, I'm a mechanical engineering, then I need to shift it to civil engineering, right? So I need to adapt it, it's hard. Then I need to learn about civil a little more, a little bit, and sometimes I need to ask my colleagues, maybe some of my colleagues younger than me, it doesn't matter. For a good leadership, you not too shy to ask your friend or your members, right? So you need to switch your task when needed. Leader doesn't panic and think change, then they adjust. And finally, you don't need a big title to show your leadership. If you can take initiative and help the team move forward, that's why they are looking for. Okay, all right. So the next, my sharing is it start leading now? Where you are? So this is question, where you are. Okay, di mana anda sekarang? So leadership doesn't begin when you got a job title. When you got a manager, okay, now you are a leadership. Leadership, now you as a student also need a leadership, right? So leadership doesn't begin when you get a job or a title. It began with small action today in class, in a group, and even at home, right? So you need to volunteer for simple roles, small role or task. Maybe you organize the slide or check on a group member. These are real way to be confident and trust, right? And then learn from every experience, good or bad. Okay? Don't wait for big leadership moment. Learn from each group project, each mistake, each success, all of it grow you, right? And then reflect what kind of leader do you want to be. So what leader you admire? Is it someone firm? You want a creative? Start shaping your own paths based on that. You want to, your friend, you want to become on what leadership you want, right? And the last one is leadership start with you. At the end of the day, leadership is not about being in charge, it's about being responsible. And it starts with leading yourself. Okay, so as we wrap up, I want to leave you with one final thought that I invite you to take one small leadership step this week. So that's all from me. I'm just starting me sharing about my leadership. Maybe you have some question that I can answer, or maybe some of my friend here also can be answered. So this a key takeaway. Unique leadership is a journey, not a title. Okay, challenge, build your strength strength and wisdom. Start small, keep learning, and stay adaptable. Okay, so that's all for me. Maybe on short presentation. Maybe we can share. You can ask me anything. Maybe not on leadership, maybe another. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you, Shasha.
Thank you, Doctor. What an inspiring session from Dr. Fatima. Thank you, Dr. Fatima, for sharing sessions. If you guys have any questions, just raise your hand and open your mic, or just type your questions in the chat box. So we move to the next sections. Next, we have Mr. Burley Arta with the title The New Landscape of Future Jobs. Mr. Burley Arta will highlight emerging career fields and the most in-demand skills and encourage us to adopt the T-shaped professional mindset for future readiness. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Burley Arta.
Thank you. Session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honorable speakers from UTHM and UNU, and also the students from both universities. Today, I'm glad to talk something about future that may be related to our current conditions, what we need to do, and what can we do in order to anticipate the disruption of the many aspects in our life. Okay, now we can start from the next steps. So this is what we are going to discuss is about what changes that happen, and then the top demanded skills for 2025, and how to coexist with AI in the workplace, the rise of the gig economy, social media as the new form of the city, and planning for the new landscape of the world. Okay, there are a lot of changes that we can see in the current world that is going very
Pak
fast.
Berli, cek. Uh, Sorry, maybe because your voice is not clear enough, Pak. Can you adjust it?
Yeah, we cannot hear your voice clearly, Pak Berli. Your voice is not clear enough.
Mm,
Maybe because of the headset or something.
is it clear? About now. Okay, is it clear now?
Yeah, yeah, it's good.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about it. Um, okay, good morning, everyone. One more greetings for you. Thank you. In this occasions, I want to share some changes in our life, especially in the workplace, that we need to anticipate for the future, especially for the upcoming graduates of both universities. The first thing is about AI integrations. Nowadays, many work has been integrated. Many works have been integrated with AI, and we need to adjust to it. We cannot resist. Instead, we need to make sure that um, we should have the skills of using AI properly. Second, skill-based hiring. Maybe in the future we just I don't know. Maybe long time ago, the hiring process uh, is based on the certificates or the qualification of the degree. But at the moment, many employers do not have such kind of criteria anymore. Instead, they try to focus on skills. So we need to make sure that we have enough skills in order to keep competing in the job market. And the next one is working with minimum supervisions. Because unlike the previous that unit, unlike in the old scheme of the workplace, that you have one leader in one room and then working together as a team. But now, in you try to work in anywhere else, anywhere else, without any supervisions. But the supervisions just requires you to do the job desk as well as possible. The way how you work, how much time that you need to spend, and what uh, it's not really a significant matters for them as long as you have the good result of your work. And the next level is about the top demand skills. We can see the current skills it's not mainly about the hard skills that we have. It's about soft skills. Hard skills is really important. Hard skills is just like the your expertise. For example, you are from engineering, you know about the stuff in engineering. Maybe you are IT guy. You know how to fix some IT problems, develop some websites, software, and so on. Maybe some of you are going to be a teacher, and you need to know about the teaching methods. That is the what we call it as hard skill. However, we need also the soft skills like analytical thinking and innovations. How we can make the innovations during, before, and after we work. For example, if you uh, if you have some work, some innovations that become parts of your portfolio, it's quite easier for you to get a job because the potential employers will see that you have good skills in making something new, making something innovative for the company. Active learning and learning strategies. This is quite basic. Whatever you work, whatever you do, what kind of expertise you have, you need to have these skills, active skills and learning strategies. It's about how you can understand what is going on, the problem that you have, and you need to find a way how to solve that. And this process require you to have strategic learning process
by understanding the process of finding important informations, relevance, maybe relevant people or experts in order to help you, and how you can build the teams together. And the next one is complex problem solving. Of course, every single job in this world will have a complex problem solving. We'll have a problem. I mean, we'll have a problems, and we need to solve the problems. The problems can be in anywhere and any kind of conditions, whether the problems with the team members, whether the problem uh, requires sufficient understanding of finance, the problems that involves a lot of stakeholders, and uh, in order to have these skills, you need to understand about how to involve people in the proper portions and arrange the strategy in order to involve them in a good way without making more problems. Instead, it should be it should be useful to solve the problems that we are facing. And the next step is critical thinking and analysis. This is about we cannot take it everything for granted. You know, try to give questions for each kind of conditions, just to make sure that you are really understanding the condition that you are facing instead of just take it for granted. Why it is important? Because you know, when we have questions, we may have the answer. If you don't have any questions, we cannot have the answer. In order uh, to bring an improvement not only in the company that you work for, but also for your life, you need to have a critical thinking to questions about how or why or what to do in order to solve the problem. And the next one is creativity, originality, and initiative. It is really important. Those are really crucial in the workplace because you know there are shifting moments in which that many companies and individuals uh, really promote uh, really promote the what else uh, really promote about how we can be making something new, something that never something that unique, that everyone's never taught before. If you have something unique and you can build something useful for the peoples, or you can create something that can help you and your company uh, to start new initiative in order to maybe it can become a new product, new services, new delivery uh, of the work. um, you can stay longer in the company because you can be the engine of the company to get more innovation to step forward and forward. That's the steps. Okay, and the last one is leadership and social influence. The, Dr. Martima has ever said about the leaderships. Leaderships is really important, and social influence as well, uh, because for the leadership, it's about the ability. Actually, if you want to see the leadership, you have two perspective. The first one is the someone that can work together under supervisions, and the second one is someone that can lead the team. Mostly, if you are the potential team leader, make sure that you understand the subordinate you have and make some good communication to respect, to understand, and give some assistance after you provide a clear job distribution for each member. The social influence mostly in the okay, social influence is closely related to social media. You need to have a social media to make some influence by increasing the followers. Why is it important at the moment? Because many companies will see the potential worker not only from the skills but also from the social media influence. Why? Because it can be their potential marketing. If you have more followers, they will be interested in you because you have more potential market for them. And at the same time, it can be your beginning positions to discuss what kind of salary that you deserve to get. Okay, this is how we can coexist with AI. First, that we need to understand is about, okay, we need to understand the strength and the limits of AI. Maybe based on the films that we watch in the future, AI will have their own consciousness to think about what to do instead of getting instruction from human. But at least at the moment, we know that AI has some limitations in making something, um, and we know the strength of the AI in order to ease the process. However, they have limited uh, limited knowledge on the context, feelings, and emotions, and they may cannot predict about what is going on in the certain circumstances. So, but however, they have strengths of doing something instantly and can collect all information that we need in instance. Even we can ask them to arrange the informations based on what the requirements that we have. However, uh, it is not enough, but we need to know more about technical skills of making prompts, because the good prompts can create a good result. That's why we need to know about the patterns of making prompts when you use the AI like ChatGPT or something like that. And then the next one is practice ethical AI use. Ethics is real crucial in using AI, especially why do you need that? Because you know the ethics, the function of the ethics is to encourage you to do some verification first before you take the informations for the commercials or advertisement or uh, your personal use. Because sometimes the informations provided by AI tend to be false, some of them. And you need to verify it. You need to have the skills to make sure that the information is correct. And then besides that, we need to know about the limits of using it. Just try to use AI for certain portions instead of for the whole things. You know, why? Because if we really depend on AI or ChatGPT or something like that in making something, especially for those who are working in coding, the ability how to optimize your skills will not develop real well, because you need to sharpen your logics, your skills by doing the job for multiple times. So uh, depending on AI can create maybe less productive improvement. The next things that we can do in order to coexist with AI properly is redefine the role of AI. You need to know about your role and what AI's roles. Um, By having the limitation for those sites, it can help you a healthy relationship with AI without being too dependent. Uh, okay, uh, now social media and your CV. Many students, not all students, many students use social media is just for fun, getting new friends, sharing a daily life, and uh, maybe using it for entertainment. Just few of them can use it for representing their future. For example, like showing case the portfolio, what you have created, like what kind of skills that you have, or showing that uh, how well you are in developing something, creating some things, or to promote your skills. Just a few of students can do that. So maybe at the moment you can try to start to develop your social media because it can become your CV. Why? Because in social media, people can see you, and it can be like a reflection of your personality and attitude, your skills, your portfolio, and also it can also increase the trust. For example, I have a friends working in education, especially in English educations. Instead of using advertising, he tried to promote himself on social media by doing something inspiring, like uh, showing how to talk in English, presenting it, how to solve some questions in TOEFL or IELTS. So by doing that, he can get a lot of clients without spending much money for advertisement or building a website. Just using the social media, then it's enough for him. Uh, that's why I really suggest you to start to build your social media. If you think that your social media is not really well developed, you can start creating a new one that become the exhibition rooms for your works, what you have done, your skills, so people can have the trust to hire you. Besides, it can help you to be independent as well if you don't like to work with a company. For example, you try to work to be a freelancers because you want to have freedom, flexibility of working. Okay, this is what you need to do for a new landscape. The first one is personal branding. Um, you know, don't be shy because being jobless is more shameful. Uh, I don't mean to be harsh, but uh, if you have a lot of jobs to do, uh, people will respect you more. That's why you need to have personal branding really good. Um, that's why you need to build it. The current personal branding that can be so effective is social media. It can be your Facebook, your Instagrams, your TikTok, and many else. Use or LinkedIn if you have. Uh, Try to make positive posts as well as possible with consistency to show that what brandings that you want people know about you. And the next one is financial skills, because we know that there is a gig economy in which one persons can work for multiple companies. I got a friend as well. As a freelancer, he works for many companies. For example, in the morning he works for A company, in the night he works for a B company. Uh, even though he got a really big or huge amount of money for doing such kind of work due to a lot of companies paying him. But it's not really consistent. Sometimes we can see the fluctuations of the condition of the finance. That's why you need to have the financial skills. What you need to know about how you spend and how you save and how you allocate for something productive, like preparing you to have your own company or saving it in a certain type of bank products that can help you to increase your income, or maybe you can buy the gold. Understanding of the financial skills is really important just to optimize the income that you have, and also to prepare for the worst scenario when a certain economic condition is not really stable. Understanding the digital platforms. We know that currently a lot of platforms have been built to accommodate the needs of the freelancers, like People Hub or something like that, in which that you can work for many companies. Just sign up and then make your account, show your skills, and people will see the uh, we will see about your skills, the display, and the review that you have, and they will hire you based on the amount of money that you said. And the last one is being specialist and generalist. Being specialist, then you need to be an expert in certain field that you can be proud of. But at the same time, you need to be generalist. Generalist means that you can do many things, even though in a really surface level. For example, you know the finance, you know the social media, you know the advertising, you know the communications. But at the same times, you are really special. You are a specialist of making, for example, films or podcasts or creating websites. Uh, and to get this level, especially for the generalists, you need to read a lot, different news, different perspective. So when you have a clients with different backgrounds from yours, you know how to respond them. You can understand what they mean. For examples, maybe you are from engineering, but then you get a clients working in a law company or law firm. And if we do not know what the law firm works and how we can, how they, what kind of expectation they may have, it's quite hard to get a deal. That's why the more you know about many kind of backgrounds, jobs, news, or areas can help you to get a better deal with your potential clients. And I think that's all from me. Thank you, and thank you, Sasha, for this opportunity. How to stop this one? Oh yeah.
Alright. Thank you, Mr. Birdie, for shedding light on the future of work and the skills we need to succeed. So, is there any questions for this session? Yes, there's no questions. Since there are no questions, let's move to the next session. For our fifth sessions, we are pleased to invite TS Dr. Muhammad Arif bin Rosli. In this session, Dr. Arif will introduce the concept of the global work zone, discuss essential skills and mindsets for global success, and provide practical guidance to help students transform local ideas into globally relevant ventures. Please welcome TS Dr. Muhammad Arif bin Rosli.
before we start, can all of you hear my voice? Is it okay? Clear?
Clear, Doctor.
Okay, right. So, okay, good morning, everyone. So, my name's Dr. Muhammad Arif. Okay, and I'm really excited to be here with you today. I'm here to share some insights on a topic, okay, that I believe it is essential lah for all of you as future entrepreneurs. Okay, so Global Work Zone 101s. Okay, what every student entrepreneur should know. Okay, maybe I know all of you whether take the entrepreneurship subject or don't take, so it's okay. So it is quite general lah, right? So as students, you are stepping into a world that is more connected, okay, more dynamic, okay, and more competitive lah, okay, that ever before. So whether you are thinking about starting your own business, okay, working in a global company, building a meaningful career, understanding how the global work zone, okay, operates will give you a strong advantage. Okay, today we will explore key concept, maybe practical tips and strategies that can help you navigate this global landscape effectively lah. Okay, I encourage you to keep an open mind, okay, ask questions and think about how you can apply, okay, this idea to your own journey as a student entrepreneur lah. Okay, so maybe before we start, I have some ice breaking lah. Okay, so okay, wait. So maybe you can, okay, all student or audience lah, do you see yourself as entrepreneur? So you can put the answer in the chat box. I will look around lah. So what they have three answer, yes or definitely, maybe, or I'm exploring, or not yet but I'm curious. So everyone can poll. Okay, maybe and exploring. Thank you, Nosha Runisa. Okay, any others? Others, maybe Shainur Runisa, anyone? Okay, Padli, maybe I'm exploring. Okay, Hanuna, maybe I'm exploring. Okay, good. Okay, anyone else? Okay, all right. So maybe maybe some have the answer lah, your answer. So okay, that keep it in the heart. All right, so let's, okay, so before we start, just for the introduction lah. Okay, this is not just about business, okay, but about mindset, okay, skills and opportunities in a globalized world lah. All right, so before we go further, so we have to know what the definition of a global work zone, okay, that what we call 101 lah. All right, so a world where jobs, okay, innovation and entrepreneurship transcend national borders due to the technology, trade, and something that collaborations. So it represents, okay, a world where the traditional boundaries of work and business are no longer limited by geography lah, anyone, okay, anywhere. All right, so for student entrepreneurs, okay, operating in this zone mean recognize, okay, that ideas and project can have a reach and impact far beyond their local area. So I want to share a little bit of a story lah, for the student startup, a success story. So this is example lah. All of you can look into that. So this example of Benmo. So in my screen, so who is he? So he is Ikram Makdon Ismail. So that was a student, okay, at the University of Pennsylvania, at around United States lah, US. So when he as a co-founded Benmo with his friend named Andrew Cortina. Okay, so they wanted an easy way to pay is at the back when they share expenses like splitting a cab fare and others lah and so on. So what's the big idea? So back then there was a not simple, okay, fast and secure way to send the money from your phone. All right. So we use the phone lah. So using apps, so we can transfer fast lah. Okay. And then Ikram and Andrew Cortina imagine, okay, a world where you could pay friends instantly lah with just a few taps. Okay, you just click and then you pay instantly lah, directly. Okay, so the idea is where they start. Okay, so they start from a dorm room lah to the world. Okay, so they started by building a prototype. Okay, in their dorm room. Okay, so they saw the potential to solve a real world problem lah. What that then wasn't limited at the US. Okay, but it could impact people worldwide. All right. So today, as you know, Venmo is a global name, okay, in the world of digital payments lah, used by millions of people, okay, to send and receive money. Okay, so Ikram's small idea, so born from a simple problem, okay, grew into the multi-billion-dollar platform lah, that changed how we handle money globally. Okay, so this is for key takeaway lah for the students. Okay, so you have start with a problem you face in your daily life. Okay, so your idea doesn't need, okay, to be big at the beginning lah. So you start small and then you think big. Okay, think about scalability. So if you have a problem, okay, chance a million around the world do too lah. So use the tools, okay, tools available to you. That story show the Ikram coded with the basic tools, okay, all right, no fancy resources lah. So that you have to stay curious, okay, you want to know everything lah, collaborative and resilient. So Venmo, okay, wasn't an overnight success, but a persistent paid off lah, say, until today. Okay, so I would like to ask you, okay, have you ever thought, okay, about launching something that could work beyond country? Okay, this one, right? So I put in the check box. Okay, wait, okay, have you ever thought about launching something that could work beyond your country? Okay, have you a thing? All right, so okay, absolutely. Okay, I have thought about how ideas, okay, and solution that solve a problem lah in my own community could actually have an impact beyond borders lah. Okay, so for instance, okay, something as simple, okay, as a productivity tools, okay, an online course, okay, or creative product, okay, what Mr. Benli said before, okay, so could reach people globally lah through a platform, any social media platform, through the platform Etsy, okay, maybe in eBay, Fiverr, or LinkedIn lah, and the social media, right? So it is exciting to think that by solving a problem locally, so like helping a student find a scholarship, okay, or streamline the way people share information, we could create a solution so that useful for students in other countries too lah. Okay, so I have realized, okay, that in a digital age, okay, so almost every idea has the potential lah to go global. Okay, if we are willing to adapt and learn from different cultures and markets, right? So I have maybe I don't know where's your field. Maybe I have some television lah, and then every different field have different things lah. For the engineering student, let's say for the engineering students, so yes, I have thought about it. So as engineering student, okay, I see so many problems in areas lah like energy, okay, water and transportation that common across countries lah. Is that a common one lah? Okay, for example, if I can design, okay, if I can design a low cost water purification system for my community, so there's no reason lah why it couldn't help rural communities in other parts of the world too. So this engineering solution have a universal potential. So it's all about understanding the problem lah. So the users and adapting to different context. So what the main point is, you have to tackle the problems and then how to solve it. All right. So maybe I don't know, maybe from the another angle for the business students, okay, for the business student. So in business, we are taught the market don't stop at borders lah. Okay, so if I create a product, okay, or service that solve a need here, like helping a small businesses manage their finance or connecting customers with the local artisan, it can easily expand globally through e-commerce platform or digital marketing. Okay, so I believe that by understanding, okay, customer needs, okay, and leveraging technology, so we can take a local idea and scale it worldwide lah. All right. So maybe some different angle with the design students. Okay, maybe design students. So as a designer, okay, I know that a good design solve problem. Okay, and many problem are universal lah. So for example, accessibility in a design is important everywhere. Okay, whether you are in Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, or Brazil. So if I create an app, okay, application with a beautiful, okay, functional, okay, interface, beautiful interface that help people manage time or mental health, or it could be valuable lah to users across cultures. So it is inspiring to think that design has the power lah to bridge a gaps globally. Okay, right. Okay, so maybe we move to the next slide lah. Okay, for the next slide. Okay, why students, entrepreneurs should think globally. Okay, so now today you all about the digital native. Okay, so many around already use the platforms like TikTok, okay, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Shopee, or people that operate globally lah. Okay, so global entrepreneurship isn't about traveling. So it's about thinking how your idea can solve problem at scale lah, even from your dorm room. Okay, I have relate for that stories before. Okay, so operating in a global work zone, okay, allows student entrepreneur to tap into global challenge lah as potential opportunities and gives them a competitive edge in their careers and business. Okay, so talk about the current global trend. So you have to think about sustainability, okay, and then another digital transformation, okay, remote work, and how student innovation that can plug into this lah. So example of engaging with the global work zone include a student selling handmade items on Etsy in the platform. So to international buyer or teaching skill online to client in the different countries lah. So I have to share more story for the next slide. All right. So we move to the third slide. Okay. So third slide is more to essential global skill for student entrepreneurs. Okay. So what I want to highlight for this session is for the soft skill lah plus digital fluency. So yes, this one is as a global passport lah, and then if you have all skill, you can fly everywhere. Okay, so for example, so of communication across culture, okay, using English. So English is the used for the around the world lah. as a common business language. So respecting time zone, adapting communication styles. So this global interconnectedness is primarily driven by advancement in technology. So like artificial intelligence. Okay, so e-commerce platform, as I said before, Etsy, eBay, Shopee, Lazada, and Fiverr, and collaborative tool lah like Google Workspace, okay, Zoom, Webex, Trello, Notion, and so on lah in that across the borders. Okay, so essential skill for navigating this don't include a global communication, so cultural awareness, problem solving, so adaptability, digital and entrepreneurial literacy, and the ability to work in team lah across different location and time zones. Okay, in essence, okay, the global work zone, okay, is the interconnected digital and economic landscape where the student, okay, entrepreneurs can find opportunity and build ventures, okay, that operate internationally from the outside lah. Okay, so now we try to discuss some problem solving in the uncertain environment lah. Okay, such as if we have some issue with the supply chain and need to change customer need. Okay, so within the context of navigating the global work zone, okay, which is defined as a world where jobs, innovation, and entrepreneurship, okay, transcend national borders due to the technology, trade, and collaboration. So what we want to highlight, so that one is a problem solving lah. So that in uncertain environment, so is highlighted as essential global skill for student entrepreneurs. Okay, so the source specifically mentioned supply chain issue and changing customer needs. Okay, so that's for the example lah, a certain environment where problem solving is crucial. Okay, so now we discuss about the supply chain issue lah, that what I said before. So let's say student entrepreneurs, okay, operating in the global work zone, so might source a material from different countries, so manufacture goods in one location, okay, so and sell to the customers worldwide lah. Okay, so this complex distributed network can be vulnerable to disruption. Okay, maybe some shipping delays, okay, increased costs or unexpected shortage lah of the material. So the problem solving in this context involve anticipating a potential issue, finding alternative supplier or shipping method, and communicating proactively with the customers lah. Alright, so I give the example. So you have okay, consider a student entrepreneur like the Malaysian student, okay, mentioned in the source, who sell handmade, okay, item on Etsy, okay, Etsy platform to buyers in Europe. So if the raw material they use suddenly become scarce due, okay, to a global event. So if international shipping costs, okay, dramatically increase or face unexpected delays, so this is a supply chain issue lah. Alright, so problem solving would involve quickly researching and finding alternative suppliers, okay, for their materials, okay, potentially adjusting their product design or exploring different lah, perhaps more reliable or cost effective, okay, shipping carriers. Okay, they would also need to solve the problem, okay, of communicating these changes or delays to their different customer lah. Okay, so sometimes we have to managing the expectation and finding solution like okay, some offering the refunds and then give the alternative product lah, okay, to the customers. Okay, and then for the second issue, changing the customer needs. Okay, we have, okay, let's discuss. So in the global market, customer preference, okay, technological trends and even culture, okay, culture consideration, okay, can shift rapidly and differ significantly lah across a region. So a student entrepreneur selling a product or service globally, okay, needs to be adaptable, solve the problem, or staying relevant lah, and meeting the evolving demand of a diverse customer use. Okay, this require active learning to customer feedback. Okay, monitoring a global trend like as I said before, like sustainability or digital transformation as a relevant trends lah. Okay, and being willing to iterate on the offering. Okay, so this one for the example, take the Indonesian student who teach coding, coding online to US client, United States client. So if the demand for a specific coding language that is suddenly decrease due to the rise of the new technology, of if a United States client start demanding more project-based learning instead of a pure lectures, their business face changing customer needs, problem solving involve identifying this shift quickly lah, perhaps by surveying current client or researching market trends. They would that need to solve the problem of updating their curriculum, learning and incorporating the new technology. So, or restructuring their teaching method to include more hands-on project lah. So thereby adapting to meet the new needs and their global client lah, right? So in essence, navigating the uncertainty posed by global supply chain and ever evolving customer needs, demand required student entrepreneurs to leverage their adaptability and problem solving skills lah, to ensure their venture remain viable and competitive in the global work zone. I want to mention about the micro internship. So this what we call freelance work lah. Freelance work have maybe to help you build these skills early lah, as a fast as a instant lah. So this activity as in practical ways for the student to acquire the competencies needed to succeed in the global work zone. As I said before, an Indonesian student teaching coding online to US clients. So this is a form of a freelance service lah, delivery across the borders. And another one, a student already using platform like Tibble, so which is described as a global freelance platform. Alright, so it's a valuable early stage activity for student entrepreneurs to develop the critical global skills required to operate successfully within this interconnected borderless economic environment lah. Alright, so there are practical avenues for students to gain experience in a global communication, problem solving, digital literacy, and remote collaboration, preparing them for a global career or venture lah. Alright, so we go to the next slide. We go to the next slide. Alright, so how to start your globally journey lah. So start with the now let's start today. Alright, so I have to share what the step. This for the general step lah. That one is maybe you can apply in your daily life or any subject or any place lah. So you can use these tips, practical tips. So the first one, you have to know, the first step you have to know is identify a skill or idea lah. Identify the skill or idea, and then you package it as a product or service. You have that's one, you have to have a product or service lah. And then if you have some product or service, you test it. You evaluate, test it in digital or global environment lah. So the first step model ni, you have to source outline a simple lah. That's one for the three step model for the student to begin their global entrepreneurship journey. So the first step is to identify a skill or idea. This connects to the overall theme of leveraging one's existing capabilities or insight to find opportunities in the global market lah. So maybe the lectures early from student to consider. Okay, maybe what skill do you have today? Okay, and that the world might value. Okay, so you must have some value lah. If you have some value for customer, so you can proceed lah for the idea lah. So and then what problem would you like to solve? Okay, if there were no limits. Okay, and then the last one more to directly fits into this one is for the identification stage lah. That for the first step. Okay, first step you have to identify a skill or idea lah. Alright, so we move to the second step is to package it or as a product or service. So once a skill or idea is identified, so the student need to define how it will be offered to others. So this involves structuring the idea into a tangible product, okay, like a handmade item or an app, so or a defined service like teaching coding online or freelance design work. So example provide earlier, so such a Malaysian student selling handmade item on Etsy platform, or an Indonesian student teaching coding online. So illustrate different way of packaging skill or ideas lah. Alright. So the third step is to test in a digital or global environment lah. So this part is the crucial step lah that bring the venture into the global work zone. So it means using the digital tools and platform discussed earlier, like Etsy, Fiverr, Shopee, Gumroad, or even just social media lah and online. So communication tool. So to see if there's demand for the package skill or idea beyond the student immediate local environment. So gonna to testing allow for a real world feedback lah and validation. So that this for the simple actionable 3-step model for student to start the journey lah for the entrepreneurs. Okay, so next you have to emphasize action over perfection. Okay, done is better than perfect lah. So this point serve as a motivation and a philosophical approach to starting lah. So it encourage student not to get bogged down and in trying to make their product or service or absolutely perfect before launching. Okay, so the message is that you have to taking action. So putting the idea or your skill out there in a digital or global environment. So it's more valuable lah than endless planning and or refinement without real world testing. So by prioritizing then even perfect lah. Student entrepreneurs can start small, okay? Start small, learn fast, and then grow wide lah, okay? So that's why we call globally. So you grow wide. So internationally lah. So iterating based on actual experience rather than hypothetical scenarios lah. So this mindset is particularly useful in the uncertain environment of the global work zone. So where adaptability is the key lah. Alright. So maybe you show how linking personal website, okay, or digital portfolio help you build credibility and connection lah. What the Mr. Berlin said before. So you have to show your CV. So your CV you can show the worldwide lah using the social digital media platform lah like LinkedIn, career resume and and so on lah and others. Alright. So operating in the digital or global environment means that student online presence, okay, is crucial lah for establishing trust and visibility. Okay, tools like as I said before, LinkedIn. Okay, that's one is the professional networking platform. Okay, that allows student to showcase the skills, experience, and project, and then connecting them with the potential clients lah, collaborators or employers globally. Alright, so personal website or digital portfolios, okay, like GitHub or coders or Behance for designers serve as a central hub lah to display their work, okay, complete project and the expertise to a global audience, demonstrating tangible evidence of their capabilities. Okay, this digital asset build credibility by providing lah a verifiable record of skill and achievement. Okay, so and then you facilitate the connection by making student discoverably and accessible to people lah. Okay, interested in their skills regardless of geographical location. That's one. This is essential for attracting opportunities. Okay, like freelance work. Okay, or even finding team members across borders. Okay, all right. So I have some question lah. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe if you have more time you can you commit lah to launching one project this semester, no matter how small. Okay, start small and grow fast using platform. Okay, using any social media platform lah. Okay, alright. Can you commit to launching one project this semester? Okay, maybe like start with the small one lah. Okay, and then after you have more potential to upgrade, so you can leverage lah your product and so on lah. Okay, alright. So we go to the final talk lah. Okay, for the last slide. Okay, for the last slide. Okay, so that I want to summarize for the overall lah what I'm sharing today. So the first one is think globally from day one. You start today. So when we say think globally, it doesn't mean you need to have a big company or lots of money, right? Okay. So it's a mindset. Okay, this is mindset. Even when you start with a small idea or project, ask yourself. Okay. So could this problem exist in other countries too? Okay, so you can ask lah, how might people in other parts of the world use my product or service differently? Okay, can I make my solution accessible to a global audience, like through an online platform or digital products? Okay, so by thinking globally early, you can avoid building something that too limited lah. Okay, it also open up opportunity for collaboration, okay, funding and a partnership that go beyond borders. Okay, so for example, okay, a student app developer who makes mental health apps, okay, for university student in Malaysia can think, okay, hey, student in Japan, Nigeria, Indonesia or Brazil probably struggle with similar issue. So that mindset encourage you to build for a wider market from the start lah. Okay. So second is the skill. Skill is more than resources. So a common myth that you need lots of money, okay, connection or a fancy office to start something meaningful. So that's not true lah. Okay. So in today's world, okay, skill are more valuable than resources. Okay. Alright. Think about it. Can you code an app? Okay. Can you design user friendly website? Okay. Can you speak alright persuasively to attract customers or partners? Okay, can you use digital tools like Canva, Trello, Notion or social media? Okay, so these are skills. Okay, and then your currency as an entrepreneur, so you can learn from them for a free platform, okay, free or low cost platform that you have. They help you to solve a problems lah, build a prototype, okay, pitch ideas even with limited money. Okay, so you have to focus on building your skills, okay, because they unlock opportunities that money alone cannot lah. Okay, all right, and the last one, okay, and then you have to start small, okay, to start small, learn fast and grow wide. Okay, so many students wait for the perfect idea, so that he feels they need to make something big before they launch. Okay, so but that is too risky, so it's better to start small, okay, with the minimum viable product, okay, what we call MVP. So just a basic version lah, okay, of your idea that solve one problem. For example, you have a basic website that offer digital downloads, okay. The second one is a simple Instagram page to sell homemade craft, okay. And then for the third example, a 3-page prototype of an app, okay. That's simple as it, okay. Then after you develop, okay, you develop the product, okay, that's for simple. And then after that, you just test it lah, okay, test it with the real users. So maybe you can learn from their feedback, okay, iterate fast and improve your product, okay. Once you know it works locally, so you have to grow wide lah, okay. Grow wide, that means adapt your idea to other countries, okay, use online platform to reach a global audience and partner with people from other culture to expand your reach, okay. So that means global growth start small is a cycle. What you have to know what the keywords is a start, okay, you learn, grow, and again repeat lah, okay, repeat. So yeah, that's one is keep repeating lah, iterating, okay. So that's one is a final thought lah, okay. Final thought, you don't need to be a big shot or to think globally. You just need a problem solving mindset, okay, a few practical skill and the courage to start small lah, okay. When you do that, okay, you have already on the path to making an impact beyond borders, okay. So that is the final motivating quote lah for you. You don't need permission to start changing the world, okay. You have to start first with the small lah, okay. Alright, so that's all. Any question? Okay. Okay, any question from the floor? Okay, I have passed to the MC lah, Master Ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Arif, for your valuable insight. Is there any questions from the floors once again before I move to the final sessions? I guess there's no questions. Alright. To conclude our workshop, we are delighted to invite Mr. Husnul Harsul Lisan. In this final session, Mr. Husnul Harsul Lisan will empower us to align your personal values and strengths with external opportunity, fostering a sense of purpose, adaptability, and ethical responsibility as we prepare for the global future. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Husnul Harsul Lisan.
Okay, thank you so much for the time, Mbak Sasa. And I would like to share something. So maybe Mr. Arif, can you stop your sharing the slide? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so this is the final sessions, yeah. The last but not least, I hope. Okay, I would start with sharing a video. Let me. share the video here. Maybe some of you have ever seen this video, but maybe for some has not yet. So I would like to show you this one.
Kamu lagi interview kerja ya? Gak usah, kamu pulang aja, kamu udah lolos. Gak apa-apa, jadi kamu udah lolos, besok langsung berangkat aja. Oke? Selamat, tak tinggal dulu, aku banyak kerjaan.
Okay, can you listen to the sound or not?
Can Mr. Husnul?
You cannot?
Clear.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Oh, you can.
Clear kok. No. Kamu lagi interview kerja ya? Gak usah, kamu pulang aja, kamu udah lolos. Gak apa-apa, jadi kamu udah lolos, besok langsung berangkat aja. Oke? Selamat, tak tinggal dulu, aku banyak kerjaan.
Okay, so that's the very short video, but maybe it's a bit inspiring for us, particularly. So let me stop first. What did you get from what moral lesson or what things that can you perceive from this video? Anyone who wants to talk? Anyone from PP students or the other? You may. Okay, while I'm preparing the slide, yeah. Okay, wait. Okay, we got a lot of students here, but let me invite who our students. Anyone who wants to share before I ask one of you, maybe? Okay, Dava, thank you for your willingness to share.
Okay, check. Anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear clearly.
Okay, so what can we get from the video is, of course, the attitude of the employment, and then also the self-awareness of her that she is willingly to take the trust pin. That is a really meaningful of a hard worker criteria, something like that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dava. That's absolutely right. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so because we are going to talk about the topics related to global self-readiness, yeah, I want to emphasize that the attitudes of the applicants just now you have since just now, it's very good. So it leads her, yeah, even got accepted without passing the interview sessions. Yeah, that is why I would like to share the things related to empowering the future from within, because yeah, fortunately we got very good inspiring materials from those five speakers, from Prof. Chan until Mr. Arif, and all of those things are very insightful, and that's why I'm in the last of the presenters. I would like to wrap up those things and maybe put the summary, because maybe some of the materials have been delivered by the previous speaker. Yeah, this one is very important that we should know before we go to our skill, our ability, our external, our technical knowledge. Yeah, you should remember that the skills open doors to success. Yeah, but it is character and attitude that keep those doors open. Yeah, not only about our skills but also the character and the attitude. And the second quote is that your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude. Meaning that your attitude, not only your cognitive skill, if you are smart, but if you want to get longer, get accepted well, properly by your company, by your environment, your attitude should come number one. And those quotes, I think that's it's very intriguing words, yeah, knowing that the skill alone are not only the key parameter to success. There's something even more than that, which is character and attitude. For example, people may rise quickly to get high positions in a company or even in a management, or they can get in a prestigious institutions because of their skills. Yeah. However, without a good attitude or strong character, they often do not last longer or forever. Even they may be pushed aside, left behind, or even dismissed, or even get fired from the place that they are working with. Okay, wait, one more. And yeah, particularly related to one of the explanations in the previous speaker that if we have a good leader or boss, it also affect to the environments, related to the friends, related to the colleagues, yeah, related to the classmates, even if you are in the class. If you have a good leader, so everyone will feel enjoy, will feel comfortable in their environment, particularly in their work, study, or even when they are doing collaborations. Yeah, but if not, yeah, maybe if they have a good salary, they will tend to feel uncomfortable. Maybe they even tend to get out of the job because the environment is not good. And yeah, I would like to start with what happens when you don't have a global self-readiness. I have put some here. Okay. The first is that you will find difficulties in adapting multicultural workplaces, because without global readiness, maybe individual may struggle to communicate or even collaborate with colleagues from different cultural background. Yeah, if they do not they are not familiar with the way of communications in their new environment. Yeah, they maybe think that it is too rude to say that, but that is why they need to comprehend the culture and background of the new workplace maybe they are working with. And the second is lack of initiative and confidence. Yeah, it may happen. Yeah, because the graduates who are not globally self-ready, maybe they hesitate to speak up, share ideas, take initiative, yeah, especially in international or dynamic teams. For example, they think that their idea may be just not good enough. Yeah, if maybe they will get rejected because of the ideas, yeah, or even they are nervous to say this idea. Although maybe the idea actually the brilliant one, the solutive one. And then the third is struggling with the problem solving. Yeah, global workplace require critical thinking, adaptability, and also comfort with ambiguity or uncertainty. For example, when assigned a sudden task in a different zone or maybe called a different context, yeah, a fresh hire, a fresh employee, a new employee might feel overwhelmed or even confused, or maybe they make mistake or even cause the delay of the project. And then the fourth is that maybe they will have a poor in communication or collaboration skills. Yeah, many global tasks require strong literacy and also effective communication. Those who lack this skill may be appear unprofessional. For example, a graduate might send unclear or even too casual emails or message to the clients, and it will lead to the misunderstanding, or even it can damage the company or institution's reputations. And the last is they will have limited career growth opportunities. Yeah, since company often seek employees who can work across culture and adapt quickly, without this, new worker may be overlooked for international projects or even get a higher promotion or maybe a higher job in their institution. So we come to this main topic, that what is actually global self-readiness. Because I think it's okay. I will make it fast because the time's already at 11 a.m. So global self-readiness is the internal capacity to grow, adapt, and engage in a diverse or fast-changing world. Yeah, it means that we should be emotionally, mentally, and ethically prepared to succeed in an international environment, whether it is in a work, study, or collaboration. A global self-readiness means having the inner strength and positive mindset to face challenge, no matter the situation is. And it's also about preparing yourself, ourselves from inside, including our thoughts, emotions, values, and also our attitude. So you can, because of those, hopefully you can grow, adapt, and work well with people, even from different personalities, habits, culture, or even nationalities. I want to emphasize that emotionally, it means that you can manage your emotion, stay calm under pressure, and also empathize with others. Mentally means that you are open-minded, willing to learn new things, think quickly and critically. And the last is ethically. Yeah, this is one maybe that sometimes many people look because of they think that they are good enough. Yeah. You should uphold values like honesty, discipline, responsibility, respect, and fairness, even when you face a tough decision or difficult situation. Why is it important? Yeah, because there are several things that I put in the slide. The first is that change is constant and fast. We live in the world where it is evolving rapidly. We can see from technology and job markets to social trends. A few years ago, remote work is very rare, but now millions of people work from home using platform Zoom or maybe Google Meeting or something like we are currently doing. And the second is globalization blurs boundaries. Yeah, people, business, culture are now interconnected than before. Communication and also collaborations are no longer limited by a national border. Your classmate may be your employers. The employers might come from any other place of different place in this world. And then the third one of the most important thing also, soft skill matter more than ever. Yeah, for example, communication, teamwork, adaptability are more important than just having technical knowledge. I have said earlier that, for example, international companies assess not only based on your grades but also they will see your attitude, yeah, your adaptability and communication, and particularly your ability to work with others. And the next is because the world we are currently living is AI and automations are replacing repetitive job. Yeah, AI now perform many routine tasks or simple jobs that humans once did. My question is that does this mean the end of human jobs? Yeah, I can say that absolutely not. The truth is that humans with AI will replace human without AI. So don't think that everything will be replaced by AI by machine. No. Yeah, maybe some of the repetitive job will do this, that kind of things, but the creativity of human of ourselves will still be useful for many jobs, yeah, in the future. So it means that AI, it's just the aspect that can support human, particularly in the workplace. Yeah. As I said, okay, that only humans with AI and those who have emotional intelligence, creativity, resilience will stay relevant in this era than those who are not. Okay, so those two things is very important that you should keep in mind, that if you are good enough at AI, at machine, you just keep improving. And also the attitude, and also the emotional intelligence, and so on and so forth, you also should be will be relevant in this current situation. And the next is that you are always connected and seen. Yeah, we can see that from social media and digital tools make your action visible to the others. For example, to your friends, to your classmates, maybe, or the employees, and also the global networks. Your digital footprints reflects your values and global networks. And it will reflect to your values and professionalism. So if you do or maybe share or post positive things, it will stay remains forever. But if you post, yeah, even unintentionally in the social media, yeah, it will even can affect to your reputations, yeah, not now but maybe years later. So be mindful if you want to post something to your social media. And then the last is the uncertainty is new normal. Yeah, this is the thing that I want to emphasize, because we live in the world that things can change suddenly and unexpectedly, like global health crisis, new technology, political shift that we have now, yeah, between America or maybe China, and the other problem, and also the climate crisis or disaster, and also job disruption. We cannot always plan everything or rely on the old system, but because the future is no longer something that we we can predict. Yeah, we cannot really predict the future, because the future is full of surprise. That is why we should be able to flexible, adaptable, and ready for the change, because that is more valuable than just having knowledge. All right, we've come to the four key elements of global self readiness. The first is that self-awareness. What is that? It's about how you can understand your strengths and weaknesses, habits, and emotional reactions in various situations. Yeah, self-readiness is the foundation of your personality and also for your professional growth. It helps you to identify what to improve, and how to interact with others, more effectively. And then the second is personal values. Yeah, you should know what you stand for, related you to your principle, your own values, your norms, such as honesty, respect, or responsibility. Yeah, and you should stick to those values even in a very difficult or unfamiliar situation, because this is your will be your moral compass in life and work. And these values guide your decision. Whether it is in a short or long-term goals, the personal values it will be very important in your life. And then the resilience. Yeah, I put two things here: resilience and also tragic optimism. Maybe some of you have been familiar with this term. Resilience is your ability to recover quickly from difficulties, adapt well in the face of adversity, or even if you got some trauma or stress, and you are able to bounce back from those challenging experience. Yeah, that is the resilience. And also one term that is also related to this resilience, that is tragic optimism. Maybe it is a bit new, but I would say this very important things that you should keep in your mind. It is staying hopeful and find the meaning even during hard times. For example, if you have some failures or maybe loss or maybe crisis. So I can say again that resilience is the ability to bounce back from the problem, but tragic optimism will help you by giving a reason to keep going. You believe that in suffering there's something that you can learn and build. Yeah, every time that you maybe fail or fail or even got difficulties, yeah, you will if you are able to apply this tragic optimism, you will always find the meaning, or we can say in Islamic term is hikmah. Ya, sesuatu pasti ada hikmah, ya. That is something that we should do, although maybe it's a bit difficult at the beginning, but we will try to find anything that's very useful or meaningful after after our bad experience. And then this one is intercultural competence. You should be able to understand, respect, and adapt to people from different culture and belief, and even with a different communication style, because collaboration or global collaboration demands the ability to connect and communicate effectively across the diverse perspective. Sometimes we usually feel that our tone, the voice of our conversation is too high, so we should know that it is not too good in this theme, so we should lower and we should be able to become a good listener. Sometimes we not only to talk much, but sometimes we need to keep silent to hear from the other perspective, and also even we should be able to find the blind spot of us in order to get a good positive feedbacks. And how to build this? The first is using or develop our integrity. Integrity is something that we do the right things even when there is no one watching. For example, in the previous video, no one is watching, but the girls just put the trash into the dustbin because it becomes her habit, and it's fortunate that he got something good because of her habit. It can be started from the within, like being honest, trustworthy, responsible, transparent, objective, decent, sincere, and consistent. I think consistent is one of the difficult one to apply, because sometimes if we can do this, maybe just one or two, but to be consistent is something that we should improve. We should do in regular situation. For example, when you are late submitting a team assignment, you take responsibility instead of blaming others, because I think it's our habit that if we do not want to get blamed because of this project failed, we try to blame others. So I think it's not good. We should do the practice our integrity. You can just explain the situation honestly and find a way to make it to improve in the group or in the project. The next is the growth mindset. This belief that your ability and intelligence can improve through effort, practice, and learning. Also said by Prof. Chan that in every opportunities is not important whether the result is maybe you get fail or not, but the learning opportunities, it will be very good for you to improve yourself, because it encourages you to embrace challenge, not see challenge as a threat, but as a threat, but as a training. You can learn from your mistake and view failure as the opportunities. And you can also learn from your mistake to improve. For example, when you fail your test, instead of giving up or blaming yourself, you ask for feedback and practice consistently, and eventually you will finally improve your score. And that is why I said that the failure is a part of your learning journey. And this is one of the things that you can also consider when you want to have the growth mindset, self-confidence, having practiced the resilience, and also acknowledging the imperfection. Because if we do, particularly in the beginning of the practice, of course it will not be perfect. So you should realize that this is the beginning of your journey, your practice, and your improvement. And as I said, receiving feedback and so on and so forth. I will keep it. Okay, and initiative. Okay, let me ask you, what's one opportunity that you have ignored because you thought that you weren't ready? I think most of you have ever experienced that I missed this one because I'm not ready yet. Right? Initiative means that taking action on your own without waiting to be told. Even taking initiative begins with saying yes, even though you feel you are not 100% ready. You need to be brave. You need to be independent. You need to be proactive. And also said by Mr. Arif, that you need to practice problem solving, and also initiative. You need to be creative and visionary. And the last is adaptability. It is ability for you to adjust a new situation, unexpected challenge, or unfamiliar environment. How you need to build your self-control. You can manage your stress, emotion in any situation. And also situational awareness. You should also understand your surrounding, respond appropriately. Yeah. And then communication skill. You should express yourself clearly and understand others, yeah, both in interpersonal and intrapersonal, and opens for the change, yeah. And then collaboration and independence, be able to work both as a team or independent, yeah. This is one of the very familiar terms that usually is asked by the manager. You should be able to work in a team or independent. And you should also practice your organizational skill, focus on your goal, and also you should be able to manage your time effectively. And the last is about the flexibility, your flexibility in mindset. You should let go of rigid routines and adapt to a new approach when it is necessary. Yeah. And the last is the empathy. It's very important for you to be able to understand, share, and care about the other feelings. Yeah, because empathy is not just feeling for someone, but also it's feeling with them. We try to to be like them, to feel what they are experiencing, or they have felt about something. How to do it? You can ask question and listen attentively without assumption. Sometimes we assume about something when we listen to our friends, but let's practice without assumption. We just listen attentively, or as I said before, that be a good listener. And validating others' feeling, even you do not fully agree with them, it's very important. Sometimes if we do not agree, we just cut them in a speaking and conversation, and then we want to be in a higher position. Maybe we want to give our ideas, but for practicing our empathy, we should validate others' feeling and reflecting on how your words and actions affect people around. Yeah, sometimes we should consider what what things that we will say to others, because it will affect the others' feeling if we are saying inappropriately or not in a proper way. And the last things that I want to share to you is for the 4 key elements and also 5 core traits, you can practice this thing. I will just say it quickly. The first is that reflect regularly. This is to build your self-awareness and personal values. Yeah, like you can you can ask yourself what went well today, what could I improve today, what matters to me. Yeah, this is like the concept of Japanese ikigai. Yeah, ikigai, it means that it refers to one sense to find the purpose of life. Because if you have found your purpose of life, you will make your life meaningful. And the second is practice what you preach. It's a bit difficult because sometimes people find it easy to say, to comment, to order someone, but it's a bit difficult for you to practice on your own. For example, if you want your team to be punctual, you should be on time first, and then the others will follow. And the third is embrace challenge. Yeah, it will develop your growth mindset and resilience. Okay, you should step out from your comfort zone and just take the challenge and participating in any competition. If you fail, do not retreat. Yeah, just see as a feedback, and it's also in line with the Kaizen of the Japanese concept, continuous improvement from the small step by step, and then it will make some progress. And then the fourth is initiate, do not wait. Yeah, it will build your initiative and adaptability, because I will just give the example that if teacher are late to the class, instead of waiting passively, you can just organize the group and start discussion. Yeah, you can start with Japanese philosophy with Shoshin. Shoshin is beginner's mindset. Everything will be seen from the beginning. Yeah, so you will be free from the assumption of fear of failure because you think that you are the beginner. So it will very good for you, yeah, to act and adapt because you focus on the learning, not the perfections of the result. And then the last is connect and listen deeply. It is to grow empathy and cultural competence. Yeah, and yeah, it means that you not only just to respond but also to understand other. And for example, yeah, your international classmates shares their opinion and listen with. You should listen with interest. Yeah, even if it's different from your own perspective. And then the last, but not least, I would give the quotes facing the global future start inside you in how you think and act and grow because you do not need to be perfect, but you just need to be ready. I think that's all from me. Thank you. If there are any questions, I will give back to the host or to the MC. Thank you, Mbak Sasa.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Husnul Hasnullisan, for your insightful sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our presentation with UNU International Classroom certificate. Thank you for thank you to all our inspiring speakers, to everyone who participated. We hope you leave with new insights, practical tools, and the motivation to take your next big step. Wherever your career may lead. Remember, the word is your word. So keep growing and keep reaching for your dreams. Now I would like to open the floor for the Q&A session. We welcome any queries you may have. You can raise your hand and open your mic, or just type your questions at the chat box. Is there any questions from the floor before I wrap up? I guess there is no questions on the floor. So I wrap up the sections. Thank you for the nice sharing from all the speakers. Hope this sharing session can provide beneficial knowledge to all participants. Before we end, we would like to invite ladies and gentlemen for the photography sessions.
Shasha, could you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can we please take a screenshot for all of us for today's session before we are ending the meeting?
Can Can Miss Rahayu repeat that question again?
Okay, can we do a photo sessions before we are ending our meeting today? So at least maybe everyone can open the camera, so at least we can take a documentation for today's activity.
Sure. We are going to have a photography session right now.
Yeah,
So,
thank you so much, Sasha.
welcome. So, open your camera.
Okay, baby students, you can open your camera before we take a picture.
Okay, please all open your camera.
You guys ready?
So everyone, let's smile.
Yeah, you have finished your exam. I thought that you should be able to smile, at least for now.
Yeah. Smile more. Okay, so I think it's done.
I think 1, 2, 3, freestyle. All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah. With that, we end our session. Kindly ensure all participants to fill out the attendance form. Once again, thank you everyone. This, I would like to apologize if we have made any mistakes throughout the event. I end my duty with wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, sir.
everyone.
Have a nice day, Miss. Yeah.